Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to Aeroflow Race for Real. It's the Pocket Rocket up here in the studio for the moment. Tonight, it is drag racing and burnouts. So, hope everybody's pumped as I am. I know I'm keen. Of our production team, they're fired up. Everybody that's already tuned in via YouTube, they are pumped. But the most important person who's also pumped is the man who's sitting right next to me, the man that bleeds red. He loves Holdens, especially Toradas. Mark Thomas, how are you, brother?
Mate, I'm still pumped from Holden versus Ford.
Oh, that was awesome,
Hey?
right, wasn't it? We smashed the Fords, didn't we?
Mate, absolutely. And, mate, I think a lot of the Ford drivers are still hiding.
Yeah, they're all licking their wounds. G'day, Tattoo Joe, one of our regulars who's tuned in via YouTube.
Mate, I like this one. Sitting on a mountain in North California, West Coast, North America.
Oh, we're jealous.
Hey, how good would that be at the moment?
Yeah, sitting on the lounge. Oh, that's Tattoo Joe. Nice. Well, Erica, welcome. It's great to have our international viewers, especially from the west coast of America. I do follow a couple of YouTubers, actually, believe it or not, Erica, who are on that side of the country. Admittedly, they're into reptiles and snakes, but I tune into them. But tonight, it is about Aeroflow Race for Real, and we've got some tough cars out the back, ready to let loose. Bill Hatzenikolis is here tonight as well.
Yep.
He's brought out the HQ. Joe Zabello's here. Now, he's not running with the supercharger tonight. Still running the car naturally aspirated. We've also got George, who's up from Northern Beaches in Agro LH. I absolutely love that car.
Yeah, it is. It's a really nice, well set out car, and just does everything perfect. So, yeah, you couldn't ask for anything more. And it's a Tirana.
Well, we've got a couple of no prep cars that are testing tonight as well. The man, the myth, the legend, one of the biggest smack talkers in Australia, Johnny Habib, is down there as well, my brother from down south. And there's an actual ute here tonight that is a supercharged, or sorry, turbocharged V8.
Is that the matte black VS?
No, it is black. It's a black HQ ute.
Oh, I've seen it. Yeah.
Going around the pits with a parachute. Well, he does a bit of no prep racing as well. As we got the two Mazda MX-5s down on track. Looks like father and son from memory.
Okay.
I know the father does run the turboed MX-5.
We've got a nice Supra sitting in the burnout box as well down there, Stu.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a jamboree flavour to start the night off here at Aeroflow Race for Real. We got the Mazdas, got the Nissan, the Toyota. And I'll tell you what, Mark, I got told that Johnny Ricker in that black Camaro of his went 541 up at Willowbank.
Wow.
At Jamboree.
Okay.
That's very quick speed.
That's leaving your mark, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Screw blown. All right, well, 12.94 to 14.43 as the S15 comes out against the Supra, the 2J, ready to let loose. We love our 2Js here at Aeroflow Race for Real, particularly when it's got a gas racing sticker on the side, because the boys are only over at Wetherill Park, which is, for those people that don't live around this area, it's only about a 5-10 minute drive from the track to their workshop.
Yeah, it's actually around the Wetherill Park area, there's a lot of very switched on engine builders.
Oh, yeah. I just waited for the Nissan to bump itself into full stage. Of course, we've got 3 free tickets to give away tonight as well. Of course, we've got the fastest reaction time. We've got a standout first timer of the night. So if you've never raced before, guys, hey, don't worry about it. You potentially could walk away with a free ticket.
Yep.
And then, of course, we've got our standout vehicle of the night as judged by us commentators. Well, .185 on the tree there for the Supra. The Sylvia winding up the boost mark. Only 2.41 in the 60 though.
Wow, it's coming on nice and strong top end.
Yeah.
136 miles an hour. Definitely wound that up. And 15199 miles an hour for the Supra.
You're probably just getting a little feel for what that start line's doing before they let it loose.
Yeah, exactly. We've got the Lancer up against the VW.
Yeah, the Volkswagens have been there or thereabouts lately. We haven't had a lot of our 10-second range Golfs out lately. We've still got a few. They're very much more street-based. They're not as high a horsepower. I'll tell you what, with that gearbox they got in them and a little bit of tuning.
Oh yeah, they become an animal.
1.79 to 60 on the brakes before the finishing line goes 11.01. That was a 10 all the way. Okay. Why? What did you get on the brakes for? You could have run a 10.
And 12.7 at 113 miles an hour for the Lancer.
Now we've got Keithy coming up in the buggy, driving the wrong way up the track. No, I haven't seen him today, so I haven't had a chance to stir him up yet. How are you, brother? Up the wires. He must. All right, the Falcon about to take on the 33 Skyline.
Okay, you just rolling the Skyline back a bit.
We had a few tough Falcons out here last week for our Ford versus Holden night, but overall, there are a lot more Holdens here, hence the reason why they won a lot more races than what the Fords did. All right, let's see if the Falcon can get around this Skyline. Looks like the Falcon mark might be potentially be a first timer.
A few problems getting the Skyline off the line, but up and going now.
Yeah, so that might be a manual in it.
And the Falcon went through at 14.8.
All right, well, we got the Falcon back this week because last week the driver of this XC Falcon is driving his dad's green Ford Capri.
Okay, yep.
And we got one of the Tamburances clan out there now in the High-Con Performance Engines. Little Toyota Corolla. This is more of a track car rather than an actual drag car. It's set up for circuit racing. But a .613 on the tree, 2.21 in the 60.
Tell you what, the little Corolla's getting going. 12.5 at 115 miles an hour to a 15.2, 91 miles an hour for the Falcon.
Yeah, it's Demetrius Tamburances. And of course, big shout out to George, who had his birthday during the week. So happy birthday, George, if you're here. Or if you're watching via the live stream. And the XE Falcon. Great to see that car back.
Yeah.
And they're a great family, those guys too. They're here just about every week supporting Aeroflow Race for Real. Well, 12.20 at 121, 15.47 at 90 miles per hour. Now, we've got a Falcon down here, Mark. SF Performance. Well, we know that car because the guy does a lot of the work on this car himself, but he's now got a little bit of help by the look of it from C&V Performance. Tattoo Joe, it's your birthday this Saturday. Happy birthday, Tattoo Joe. You're lucky I'm not here because I don't have to sing you a happy birthday. And the Burnout Slayer, they'll kick off around 9:30. Pending numbers for the drag racing, of course. We might bring it forward a little bit. Well, an 063 red to an 058 tree. Well, at least they were trying. As the Bushman makes his way into the studio So I will vacate the seat and I will do my thing downstairs, and we'll have Bushman and Mark Thomas up here in commentary.
Thank you, Stu.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Fashionably late as always, unfortunately, but looks like we've got some pretty cool cars out in the staging lanes there, Mark. We've got a few favourites and a few new ones, I think. So
Yeah, we have
good
indeed.
to see. Now, I've heard you've called a lot of very close to green red lights tonight, so I think everyone's having this having a good crack at their action times.
Yes, they're cutting them early.
They are. They're getting their eye in as soon as possible. And some pretty cool cars sitting on the start line. We got the younger generation in the rocket lane, taking on the HQ in the Aeroflow. Bill Miles out in front. The car misfired a little bit at the 330, but still manages a 10.35 with an 134 miles an hour.
And 11.7 at 127 miles an hour.
For the Corvette. That's not a bad pass out of the vet. That's
It
for
is
sure.
indeed. So someone's had a little tickle with that car.
I think so. I think so.
We've got the XY Falcon down in the rocket lane. I think he's up against a BMW.
Sure. We'll go with that. Yes.
That was a good guess.
It was a good car. Unfortunately, the Falcon, there was a bit of had launched and then a bit of a free rev and then a tick. So I don't know what's going on there. Meanwhile, the BMW manages an 11.88 with a 123 miles an hour through the finish line.
Yeah, well, boys, I'm just down here in Tirana heaven. Sorry, Mark, I had to say it.
Looks like our Falcon driver just cruising on down up against the wall there.
Yeah, they'll throw the door open down there mid-track and let him run off in there.
Well, it's certainly still driving under its own power, so that's a good sign.
It is indeed. Hopefully he will get it back to pits.
I mean, we can't hear anything banging and clanging from up here, so as far as we're concerned, it's all good. But as I said, I heard it launched with a bit of a free rev, and then the axle click.
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of what it sounded like.
That's the one you don't want to hear. Yep.
Yes. Well, certainly in a XY, because it's a proper axle, like
Yep.
a 9-inch, not a independent rear where you can sort of, I think, rip them out pretty quick.
Yes.
Or at least the guys that have them are pretty well versed at swapping them out.
Well, yeah, they are. They keep plenty of spares.
Two different approaches there.
Yeah.
All right, our next pair sitting in the water, ready to go. Pair of clean silver holds down there. We've got the VRVS in the Aeroflow lane.
Yep.
And the VT in the rocket lane.
Okay. These guys really got a good burnout from their cars.
Yeah, the VR it's got some heat in the tyres, of course, so that's good.
We got one of Stewie's favourites, Tesla.
You had to say it, didn't you?
Yeah, it's just a stirrer, mate. That's what he does.
Well, I kind of expected that to come from you, Steve.
I tell you what, only 0.2 of a second across the finish line. Both cars running very close. 120 miles an hour out of the VT in the rocket lane, though.
Wow.
It's a bit quick for a 12.8. Normally that would be a low 11, I'd
Yes,
say.
yep.
With that 120 mile an hour run.
We've got the VS Ute down in our rocket lane.
Yeah, this unit, a little bit of help from Tilly's Automotive down on Northern Beaches at Brookvale. Quite a well set up car. 0-1-2 on the tree. Top stuff. That's a great way to throw it down.
Would that be one of our quickest of the night so far?
I think it would be. Well, 11.4, 120 miles an hour to an 11.2 at 118 miles an hour for the Tesla. Stu, where's your helmet?
Mate, the Bandit's actually at home. I didn't bring it, which is a shame because I would love to go for a ride in this car with George in Agro LH. That'd be unreal.
Well, there's no point having your helmet at home, Stu.
Yeah, no, I realise that. Maybe next time he gives me a heads up that he's coming, I might. But I'll tell you what, keep an eye on this one. It's the 6-cylinder in reload, and it just unloaded off the start line.
That it did. Instant tyre smoke. Cruiser's on down at 160 k's an hour.
Yeah, at a 17.2. And I think it was way past mid-track till we started accelerating. Well, Joe Cervello out there, no boost in it tonight. Up against the Tirana, he is indeed.
Now, I was just saying to Mark before we started, Steve, you and Mark asked the question last week, how much boost does Joe run in his car when he's got the supercharger hooked up?
Yes.
He only runs 15 to 16 pound. That's it.
Oh, really?
Oh, look at Joe's time.
Yeah, 001 red on the lights. Well, Cervello in the rocket lane there. 030 on the tree for the Tirana. 10.30 with the 3, 128 miles an hour.
And 12.1 at 106. Maybe he shouldn't put the belt back on.
Well, I mean, still went 1.6 to the 60.
Yes.
So
it hooks up really
I'm
well.
Surprised, like, to pick up that much ET, like we're talking 2.5 seconds or thereabouts. Or he runs in the 8, so 3.2 seconds.
Yep.
In 16 pound of boost.
That's what I said to you last week. It's just, it's not a lot of boost. Whoa, for a lot of horsepower.
Is there some other sort of boost that he's not telling us?
It might be in a bottle.
In a bottle. Yeah, normally blue.
He's always smiling.
Maybe he's Johnny a bit. Leaves the start line with a big pedal and a small backfire through the pipes, but we know that Tirana is very, very quick.
It is indeed.
Was running on the No Prep Races Association. Not quite sure where their next run is. Of course, they tend to frequent regional airports and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I do believe it's 2 or 3 weeks, Steve. They're actually out at Dubbo on the airstrip. So Johnny's actually out here testing. He wasn't... Last time he brought the car out here, which was the week before, he just did the same thing. It was blazing the tyres. Does that faze him? No. It just means he's now got to go back and do a little bit of head scratching and work out how to transfer all that power down the track. Because remember, those guys, for those people who haven't seen that style of racing before, what Johnny does and the boys, it's actually run over the 8th mile, and there is no prep. So they don't come out and display the track. It's run what you've run, and you've got to try and put it down.
Two pretty good lights on the start line here. 048 in the Aeroflow lane to an 080 in the Rocket. And the Rocket lane will take it 987 with a 146 miles an hour. To a 1068 with an 8 at 139.
Well, Steve, that's a little bit of a familiar sound. Yes. 2-stroke with a big set of pipes on them.
Haven't had the 2-stroke out here for a couple of weeks. 076 on the tree for the Rocket lane, but the Aeroflow has the performance at the moment. Runs up through for 1043 with a 1 at 144 miles an hour.
And 11.7 at 136 miles an hour.
Yeah, guys, we've got Shane Copping down here on the Kawasaki and his brother Brett down here on the Suzuki, the famous Widowmaker, boys.
Listening to them in stereo at the moment.
Yeah, nothing sounds better. 2-stroke with chambers on it. Can't beat it.
Double 09 on the tree for Brett in the Aeroflow lane there. 750's out and gone. Out of the throttle early, I think there. 11.07 with a 1:90.95 miles an hour through the finish line.
And 14.5 with 66 miles an hour.
All right, guys, Weapon 07R is back out. Now, his last pass, he was off it at about 1,000 foot, Steve. So there's definitely a 10 in it. And he's taking on this beautiful looking Mazda MX-5 down here, which has got some pretty serious rubber on it, designed for circuit use. Just building up the boost.
1.7 seconds to the 60 for the Golf. And runs on through for an 11.14 at 125 miles an hour.
And 12.5 at 115 miles an hour.
I got this turbocharged Mazda MX-5 down here, the convertible, about to take on Fly 33R.
You said you were looking for a new car, Stu. I reckon you'd go all right in a little MX-5.
You know what, believe it or not, Steve, look, if I was semi-retired, definitely an MX-5 would be the way to go. I've seen what they can do in multiple forms of, thanks Keith, I can see what they've done in multiple forms, this isn't even mince my words, multiple forms of motorsport. So, yeah, look, they're in a great all-rounder car. And
Stewie, you don't need to be retired to be a gigolo.
Thanks. Thanks. I'm sure Keithy knows enough ladies for that, but yeah, we'll leave that one alone. All right, Blue 2J is out here. Well, it's not blue, it's silver. And taking on our regular in the XE Falcon. I'd love to see him jag a reaction time tonight in the XE. I would love Dilly to give him a free ticket.
Well, he's pretty sharp on the lights most of the time, so let's see what the night holds for him.
Looks like the Toyota will get there first. 14.13 with an 8.97 miles an hour.
And 15.1 for the Rocket Lane.
Boys, we're stepping it up from the 33 to the R35 GTR. Because it's not a Skyline, it's a GTR.
Is that a Lancer he's up against, Stu?
Yeah, it certainly is. And I'll tell you what, boys, that Lancer left the line absolutely beautifully. The R35 just took it very easy off the start line. Now starts to wind it up a little bit.
You're not wrong. Look at the top end charge at it. 127 miles an hour through the finish line. 14.7 there. And a 12.35 with a 4 at 113 for the Lancer. There was similar speeds at half track.
Yeah.
We got this first timer down here, Steve, in the Falcon. Our sole first timer that I've seen so far this evening. And taking on Demetrius Tamburansis in the high comp performance Toyota Corolla track car.
Well, this little Corolla went quite well earlier and has a good bit of top end out of it.
Sounded great through the track marks. 12.33 with a 5, 115 miles an hour. I must admit, a 14.64 with a 4 for the Falcon in the Rocket Lane there too. I must admit that high comp, for as long as I've known them and been around the commentary scene here at City Dragway, they've always had a track car.
Yes.
And they actually use, or they were using that as part of the incentive for new employees. You know, the part of the deal was you get to play with the track car when time permits and get given a drive. Of course, that might have changed, don't get me wrong, but I remember reading an ad from them stating that they had, I think it was a Honda Civic or something at the time. It wasn't the Corolla, it was something different. And yeah, that was part of the, I guess, the lurks and perks of, you know, you tinker with the customers' cars, and we learn stuff with the track car or the shop car.
Well, it's good to have that round for that training and just for a test bed.
Well, I think it's a more relaxing way to work on cars. You know, when you're doing
Yes.
it for money and customers, you've got to get it in and out, you know, relatively quickly and efficiently. So you're focusing a lot more on the task at hand. Whereas if it's a shop car, you can have a bit of a tinker and perhaps come up with some crazy ideas that may or may not work.
Yeah, and you can go and get the lunches really quick.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. As we listen to that Falcon 6 try and talk over his mark in the burnout.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll see him in the burnouts a little bit later as well. He loves smoking tyres in this car. As I mentioned earlier, Bill Hudson here tonight as well. Joe Borg put down a good reaction time earlier, .016 on the tree. Still not the quickest, but definitely throwing it down tonight.
1461 with the 495 miles an hour for the Falcon utility.
And 15.09 for the Aeroflow lane.
Now, I'd say this guy's lucky, Steve, because normally there's another fella that comes out here with a electric car, Tesla, and he always threatens me to have to drive with him. So it's not him, it's another gentleman. I'm going to be very nice to him tonight. But just behind him is War 106, a very, very quick no prep racing car. Got parachute on the back. It means business. It's good to see the boys here tonight doing some testing.
Was that the black WB Ute, Stu?
Oh yeah, yeah, with the 2 parachutes on the rear end of it.
Yeah, well, you know, you get serious when you need 2 chutes to slow it down.
Correct. It's usually an ominous sign if you're racing it, that's for sure.
Well, the good thing is too, is that these no prep cars, what better way to come out and test it than here on a Wednesday night at Aeroflow Race for real. Yes, the track is only very lightly prepped, only a very light spray. You know, a lot of these guys race on runways where there's absolutely nothing. It's just like driving on the street.
Smoke signals sent up from the utility down in the Aeroflow lane.
And right beside him, the VS HSV.
I'll tell you what, Mark, I haven't seen an as nice a looking VS HSV as this one that's out on track.
Utility away nicely, 1.7 seconds to the 60 foot. That first timing block on our racetrack's going to lead from start to finish here. 11:49 with a 7, 120 miles an hour at the finish line.
And 13.25 with an 8 at 99 miles an hour.
Oh, I might have just heard why that VT Commodore in the rocket lane ran 120 in the last run. You know how that exhaust-driven turbine sort of gives that doughy sound? I think I just heard that. Are you down on the start line, Stu?
Yeah, I was just about going to say too, boys, with the burnouts tonight, we welcome Ryder Welsh back here to Sydney Dragway.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, Ryder's coming out in his Commodore on the burnouts. So, Ryder, I'll catch up with you very soon, mate.
Yeah, definitely some turbo action going on in that VT Commodore, I feel. 11:29 with a 6 down there for the Tesla, 118 miles an hour. And a 13.5 at 115 for the VT.
We've got Joe Cervello down in the rocket lane. Very unusual for Joe to go to that lane. But right beside him, we've got this WB Ute.
Yeah, turbo, big V8 underneath the bonnet of the WB with a bit of help from shift right. Those guys, great supporters of Sydney Dragway as well. and also the No Pep Racing Australia.
.149 to the 60 for the utility. Shuts it off at around half track, I think.
Wow.
Joe just cruising on down for an 1180.
Tell you what, Bushy, that one left the line nice and clean, but geez, it got a bit twitchy up mid-track.
I wonder if that's where all the boost was let go.
Yep.
I'm just wondering.
Say so. That's when all the computers just go, that's it.
Oh, Mark, check out the big Harley down here in the rocket lane. This is like Bumblebee, but a two-wheel version. The black and yellow. That looks sensational.
Both races away the Aeroflow lane out in front at the moment, but the Harley is certainly no slouch. The Aeroflow lane will take a 10.51 with a 2. 141 miles an hour. And have a go at the Harley there, Mark.
Wow.
10.11 with a 7 at 144.
Jeez.
That's 225 odd kilometres an hour for both those bikes there. Oh, just lifting the front wheel, I think, for the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, H2 Jet had that wound up on the start line and got to about 60 foot and just jagged that front tyre. Wally Hoster coming out now on the ZX 10R. The Kawasaki has already run 9.8 seconds tonight on this bike. He's got his eyes dialed in. One of our very, very tough street bike races in the country, let alone New South Wales. No matter where he goes around the country, you've got to be on your game when you're up against Wally. So the big Kawasaki. Let's see what he can do on this pass. See if he can go a little bit quicker.
Nice slider, 086 on the tree. 117 miles an hour to half track. And a 994 with a 3 at 145.
Well, I did see Don there earlier. I haven't seen him out yet on his bike.
That was the one he bought 2
Yeah.
weeks ago now.
Yep.
On the Monday. Brought it out to the track on the Wednesday,
Yeah.
as you do.
Well, we're giving him a bit of a rundown last week about he wants to bring it out to, because no one does good wheel stands.
Oh, yeah?
He said, I can't do wheel stands on it. I can't get the foot pegs right and it doesn't have a quick shift while I've got it up in the air.
Fair. That's one way to stop you from doing anything too silly.
He'll find a way.
11.12 with a 5, 129 for the Golf, and a 14.22 at 95 miles an hour for the MX-5 at the Aeroflow lane there.
Well, Skyline down the rocket lane.
Well, Mark, we've got a mix of General Motor machinery here tonight. Of course, we've got the Commodores here, but we've also got a Camaro that is about to come out as well in the Aeroflow lane in about 2 or 3 cars' time. This one looks like it's just come straight off the showroom floor. It is absolutely mint. I dare say it's stock.
Well, no, it's pretty quick, Stu. Bushy was mentioning that earlier, how quick it is for a Camaro.
So I was talking about the Corvette.
Oh, sorry, the Vet.
Corvette.
Yeah, the Vet.
Anything running in 11s is fast.
Yes, it is.
Doesn't matter what it is.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, boys, we've got Sean Sabello, who's popped in as well. Sean coming out to do some racing, a little bit of testing potentially in his super sedan. Great to see Sean here again tonight, because his dad, Joe, running the Skyline. Very quick car in its own right as well. So we're not too far away from really ripping into some quick cars. But I'll tell you what, Mark. Look, I know it's early in the night, but I'll tell you what, we've got to pick a car that is like commentator's choice. And there's one car that I cannot get out of my head at the moment for that prize. It's actually the VS HSV Standout, which is here tonight. 057 HSV.
Well, Stewie, you're going to have to repeat all that because we couldn't.
That Falcon was barking over you. We couldn't hear you. The VRBS.
So I was just about to say, you know, I've got to pick a car tonight to be our commentator's choice. And I've got to say, boys, I think this VS down here, that for me is my pick for tonight. But it's only early yet.
It is indeed, but that's a good start.
Strong burnout from the little BMW down there in the rocket lane. Taking on the Corvette. No, that one's the Camaro. That one's the Camaro, Mark.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we got two out here.
The Camaro and the Corvette.
Oh.
Both are red, just to confuse me even more.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so the BMW is showing the Corvette the way right now. And I think it's going to get there on the brakes early. Still runs at 1184 at 122 miles an hour to an 1194 at 122.
Oh. That definitely was a good bit of racing, but I'll tell you what, that's one stout little BMW.
Yeah, I think that's not standard for sure.
No.
All right, here's Stewie's pick for tonight so far. In the rocket lane. A lot of wheel spin on off the start line. 022 on the tree for the racer in the Aeroflow lane. Will take the win. 1139 with a 120 miles an hour.
And 136 at 101 miles an hour for the rocket lane.
That's pretty quick for that VS.
We've got Sean Velo, the VS Commodore, up against the Tesla.
Bit of a mismatch, but anyway.
Oh,
No.
Looks like it's got a single spinner.
We haven't seen a Tesla do a burnout yet, have we?
No.
We've seen a Prius do one. I'll have to ask, do some digging and find out if you can actually...
Can Teslas actually do a burnout? Just asking for a friend.
I don't know. I suppose you could always just...
Well, I've just been told they have
Yep.
an unswitchable traction control. How boring.
What? Oh, hang on. We are talking... You can't do a burnout.
And it's like smashing a Commodore race car. Okay. So
Okay.
to all those people that are here at the track, all right, and those people that are watching via YouTube, if you are a Tesla fan, please do not put any comments up on our live stream, please. Yeah, because I know they'll be aimed at me 100%. So
I'm not saying that. I just think in any sort of motorsporty sort of thing, you know, you want to be able to spin the tyres and be a bit hooliganish.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
The suggestion was made you could tie it to a tree and it would probably do it. But it'd probably pull the tree out of the ground too.
Or burn it to the ground. Oh, sorry. Sorry. My mistake. Wrong car.
all right, Johnny Habib in the Innocent Motorsports does Sevens Tirana, the owner of the No Prep Racing Australia, and absolutely loves this old school style drag racing.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's a lot better launch.
All right, here we go.
We've got George coming out now in Agro LH, the engine built by ProFlow Performance.
Yeah, the launch for it wasn't too bad, just a little hint of tyre smoke.
Yes.
But you know, I guess the car kept moving in a forward motion, of course, not spinning enough to stop it from regressing. Very nice LH Tirana in the Aeroflow lane once again. 1.37 to the 60, 106 at half track, and runs through the finish line 128 miles an hour and 10.17 the ET at the finish line.
That thing is so close to a 9-second pass.
Oh, okay. Someone in our live stream has said standard they can't do a burnout, but you can get a box that can do it, or enable it rather.
I was going to say, does the box do it in its place?
Yeah.
I could say something, but I'm into PG rate. Well, not it is PG rated, but you know, me being in a smart ass mood. Yeah, probably not the best idea.
Could dig a hole, you reckon, Stu?
Yeah, could go pear-shaped very quickly.
Well, unless you're talking about some of the Teslas that they do in the US where they turbo LS convert them.
Yeah. Well, strangely enough, I watched a couple of shows on a guy over in the States that has a Tesla that does a lot of illegal street racing, only in America.
Yeah.
And he stripped the thing right out.
Yeah, okay.
And he was destroying nitrous Mustangs, and
yeah, wow.
it's taken a lot of money.
Yeah, wow. Well, I guess when you think about it, for the things that we're just talking about, they don't spin the wheels because there's that many little computery things in there saying, well, you can't do that.
Yep.
So you know that the traction's always going to be there, and when you, we're not condoning street racing.
No, not at all.
Yeah,
not at all.
No prep racing, yes, is in a controlled environment, is different to street racing.
Yeah.
So.
And we are only talking about what they do in the States.
Yes. And we've all seen the No Prep Kings and that style of show on television.
Yep.
So I did. I don't know if it's still on, but it used to be on free to air. But yeah, I get what you're saying, and you can buy them. You buy the 2-engine model. You nearly got equivalent to 1,000 horsepower. Like.
Well, yeah, the twin engine, high performance one. Yeah. There's so much to it.
Yeah.
Like they got to heat the motor to a certain degree before it'll put in full power.
Yes.
And there's a lot to it.
There's a lot more than just getting in and driving it. But,
yeah, exactly.
By all means, you know, there's certainly an avenue that people are, more and more people are investing in that from a performance point of view.
Yep.
And we certainly know that electric cars can do burnouts, but I was making the comment that I haven't seen a Tesla do one yet.
No. Yeah.
Is anyone out there in drag race land, Sydney, take on my challenge?
Well, yeah. Oh, here we go. Cletus. If anyone's going to do something out of there, it's got to be Cletus. So Cletus guy has a stock 18. So Mad Cow Mark says that Cletus has got a Tesla. He gets it to do a burnout, but it's not what you'd call a burnout. Yeah. Drift mode. Yep. Okay. Okay. Drop the body onto it. I wonder how much of the original wiring and computers they maintained. because maybe they dropped enough of the robots in there that wouldn't let them do it to make it do it. So I know one of the other guys on the
Oh, is it going to work down here? Down here in the pits? Right here. We'll have to go. Mark, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm down in the pits, and I got a very, very close friend of everybody who's a volunteer here at Sydney Dragway, young Ryder Welsh. Ryder, great to have you here tonight for Aeroflow Race for real. Mate, you brought the VX out, you're going to have a skid tonight.
Oh, hopefully. If it wants to do the burnout game. Yeah, hasn't been going the best lately, but I guess we'll just send it.
Mate, it's good to see you here. Now, I've got a question for you, mate. So, you know, your uncle is our meeting director tonight, Ronnie Welsh, absolute legend. But when are we going to see you put him in the burnout car?
Oh, I told him actually during the week, I said, when are you coming for a skid? He said, oh, when I'm not working, I will. So, Uncle Ron, get in the car.
Or maybe you can get Auntie Sarah in the car.
I think that's the next one. Whole family.
I reckon Sarah would be keen. So, mate, tell us a little bit about the car. How long have you owned it for?
Just over a little bit over a year. Originally had it an e-bike, and I sold my electric bike to buy the car off Marketplace. Bought it for $1,800. So yeah, just had it ever since. Recently started to come here a lot more. Started doing burnouts at Heaven up at Newcastle, but yeah.
Oh, this is the home of burnouts here in Sydney, isn't it, mate? Well, mate, Ryder, we can't wait to see you out there, mate. Of course, Ryder Welsh, ladies and gentlemen, absolute legend. But I don't know what Matty's feeding him, boys, but he needs to stop growing because it's making me feel even shorter than I already am.
I haven't seen Ryder for a while, but he certainly sounds like his father, that's for sure. But,
yeah, scarily sounds like him, doesn't he? It's great to have Ryder here. So I don't know if Ronnie can actually hear it in the meeting director's box, but mate, you got to jump in the passenger seat for a skid. You've been told.
You should have a crack, Stu.
Well, I've actually done a burnout myself, not here in Dragway, but at another event years ago. I was lucky enough to have a drive of a Commodore and do a burnout. But I've ridden shotgun in a burnout car. Mark Johnson's old Hyundai XL.
Good times?
Yeah, it was fun. It was different. It's a discipline.
Yeah, we're just losing you there, Stu.
Yeah, different form of motorsport to what I do. But as I make my way towards the staging lanes, boys, I've got to have a look at this Harley. Because this thing looks wild. And this looks like something that Don would ride because, you know, he's got the long hair, he's got the beard. You know, like you said, Mark, he's a bit of a wild one. What do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, mate, she's not bad. It's another dark side Harley job, so it goes well. It's a bit thinner than me too, mate, so he's a bit quicker.
I reckon Wally, I can see Wally's eyeing it off. Yeah, I know those eyes, mate. You want to ride to that, don't you?
Never ridden one by ear. Why not?
I reckon it'd be unreal. We got the owner here. Hey, mate.
My name's Dean.
Dean, welcome to Aeroflow Race for real. Mate, this thing looks brand new.
Yeah, it's a 2017 model. I haven't raced it for about 2 years. Yeah, so it's good to be back out to the track, man. Yeah, got 10-1 the first, red lit the second, and yeah, see how we go.
So for the people that are watching around the world, mate, what's actually been done to the bike?
Yeah, so it's fully forged motor, pistons, cams, studs, rods, intercooled, quick shifter, and a stage 2 dark side supercharger kit on it. Best time I've done is a 9.7 so far, so yeah.
That's impressive, a 9.7 out of effectively a street tyre on the rear end of it.
Yeah, it's a street tyre. It's a hard compound tyre, this one. Everything is full street on this bike, eh? No weight reduction, no nothing. It's fully weight, everything like that. Yeah, I just ride it a bit on the street and like to come here and enjoy myself at the track, you know, so where you can actually have fun and not have to worry about coppers and all the rest of it, you know?
I was just about to say, hopefully you don't get hassled too much with this style of bike.
Yeah, I've been all right. Not too bad. Not too bad. A couple of run-ins, but nothing much. I've been pretty lucky, actually, thankfully.
Well, that's good, Dean. Dean, thanks for bringing the bike out, mate. Dark Side Customs, guys, for your Harley customisation. Make sure you get in touch with the guys if you want to get it supercharged or even just get it hopped up just a little bit. And of course, Dean's lucky having these two legends standing beside him as well. Two very good racers in their own right around Australia. Wally Hoster and Donald Baird. We'll send it back upstairs to you boys.
Well, our next pair rolling up to the start line. Joe Sorbello down there in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, Joe's just doing laps, putting some kilometres on the new motor.
That's 131 reaction time for Joe to a 4.47 in the rocket lane.
Even the 60 foot's down on it.
Yes. Well, I mean, normally he's on a two-step as well.
Yep.
He's probably leaving off the brake there, so that's...
Yeah,
that
possibly, yeah.
At 1182, 114 miles an hour.
I think he's usually around the 1.3s.
Yes. It would be to run a high 8, I'd say.
Well, the last pass, Steve, before I went out the back, he actually had the car angled to about, well, look, I'd go on the limb and say 70, 80 foot out and had the car sitting off to the left on the start line, which I thought was a little bit strange. I know he does it now and again when he's running the supercharger, but being that it's naturally aspirated, I thought maybe, you know, just line it up straight and send it if he just wants to put laps on it. I'll tell you what, boys, Sean's car doesn't sound like it's spooling up like normal either. I wonder if Sean's changed something on that Commodore of his, because it definitely sounds a lot different to what I'm used to hearing out of that car.
Another O light there for Josh Bukareshvili in the rocket lane. 057 there. He went through a stage where he got a triple O 3 weeks in a row. All right, our first timer in the Aeroflow lane. Out in front at the moment, I think he's going to stay there. And runs on through for a 14.5, 97 miles an hour at the finish line. To a 15.4 at 93.
All right, the Holden crewman coming out up against Fly 33R.
Is that the one that was out here last week, Stu?
I'm pretty sure it is. The same crewman.
You don't see too many of them out.
No. Skyline bogged a fair bit as it left the start line. Maybe just going through a couple of teething issues here.
Yeah.
17.005, 81 miles an hour takes the win over a 17.1.
I wonder if it mightn't be a turbo version.
I don't think you can buy them non-turbo.
Yeah, but if you blow a motor, you can throw a non-turbo in there.
I guess you could. I mean, the only reason you do that is if you weren't old enough to drive it turbocharged.
Yeah. So in the 17s.
I think the last run wasn't too bad. It was just slow to the 8th mile mark.
Okay.
Got moving at the top end. And a 13.7 there. Mark will take the win at 102 miles an hour, near enough to 160 kilometres per hour.
And 14.4 for the rocket lane.
Something
All right, so Joe Borg coming out now, boys, in the rocket lane. It's already gone .016 on the tree. He's generally very, very quick on our reaction times.
.156 for the Falcon this time around. No, that's not right.
Well, Lancer virtually fell asleep on the line. And goes through 12.3 at 113 miles an hour. And 14.0 at 99 miles an hour for the rocket lane.
All right, we've got this Volkswagen Golf GDI with a bit of help from Haltech on board, taking on Demetrius Tamburansis in the high comp little Toyota Corolla. Also help from Haltech as well, and GripTech, and Dom's Pizza and Pasta over at Windsor, also one of his sponsors, Steve.
That's a good sponsor to have.
That's where he's going for lunch.
Yep.
Although, it's a decent drive from Wetherill Park to Windsor for lunch. You want to do it on a Friday where you get a little bit more extra time.
Well, I've actually been told by Tamburansis, Steve, that I'm missing out by not going to the restaurant.
You might well be.
12.4 at 115 miles an hour to a 13.8 for the rocket lane.
All right, here we go, boys. We've got Turbo 6 up against the naturally aspirated V8 in the VR ute.
Yeah, well, the VL didn't want to get off the line last time.
No.
Just blew the tyres off it. So maybe they've taken a little bit out off the line and put a bit mid-track.
Strong burnout from the utility down there.
Yes, indeed.
On the subject of VLs, did you see the footage, Steve, of Anthony Matuk trying to do a full track burnout in VL God?
I saw a couple of snippets from the recent jamboree that happened at Willowbank Raceway over the weekend. And that was the send-off for VL God. I did see him drive the wrong way up the racetrack after the last run to a standing ovation in that car. Of course, running into the 5-second zone recently. But I didn't see him try and do a full track burnout. But I'm sure he would have given it everything and some to get there.
Well, I can tell you what, he did a pretty good effort as well. And look, a fifth McHale in the Matooks Racing. 2J ended up winning his class up at the Jamboree, so successful weekend for those guys. Pack kind of stepped it up a little bit. Cars running into the 6.1 second bracket, 6.4. Looks like we've got just a little bit of oil. There's on the start line. Looks like it might have just popped out of the VL. So we're going to have to check the track to make sure there's nothing down there, and particularly down in the braking area as well.
A little bit of a inspection going on of the rocket lane down there at the moment. I tell you what, while we wait for, I'm just wondering how long it will be. There's a little bit of a spray, but the cars are still running down below us, as we can hear.
How's it down there, Stu?
Yeah, just a few spots of oil up to around that, or just short of the 60-foot mark. So thankfully it doesn't look like it's coming out further down track. So we are safe to send this FPV Falcon and Bill Hatzenikolas in his HQ. Now Bill would have lost a little bit of tyre temperature. He is running slicks on this car, so it may not help him out too much on this pass.
Oh, just big pedal off the line. But gets us straightened out. 10.8, 133 miles an hour to a 12.5, 118 miles an hour. Yeah, definitely done a bit of driving in that one, Bushy.
It certainly looks like he had to get up on the wheel. But certainly, it's one of those things, isn't it?
Yep.
You got to expect the unexpected. Be ready for anything.
That would have looked fairly impressive from down there, Stu.
Yeah, it certainly did, Mark. But you can tell, ladies and gentlemen, just how much temperature he lost out of those rear slicks on that launch. Doesn't take much.
What's it like down there at the moment, Stu? Is it still quite warm-ish?
It's a little bit cool, but it's not super cold down here at the moment. Still good enough for racing. Obviously, the less hold-ups that we've got on track, the more heat we can keep into it.
Well, just
But
to
for the most part, it's not too bad.
Just to the competitors down there, Stu, and just anyone around here at the moment and on the net, if you've got any of your friends out there that's talking about coming out, we've got plenty of room here tonight.
Yeah, sure we do. Plenty of time too. It's only just past 7 o'clock here at Sydney Dragway. Got a good 2.5 hours of drag racing before we can switch into burnouts a little bit later this evening.
Grab your car, throw some fuel in it, and shoot on down.
If you haven't got an approved helmet, we can certainly supply you with one. We have a number for hire for the night. But what you will need is a long sleeve top, long pants, covered shoes, socks, and a license, of course, of some form.
So Joe's got the skyline actually angled towards the 330-foot mark on the start line. And then it just twists itself back to go straight down the rocket lane as the GT Falcon chases after him. And 1180 there for Joe, 1377 there for the GT. There's a couple of the big hitters coming out now, boys. George down here in Agro LH and War 106 down here.
Yeah, there's WB put in a nice clean pass previous. You just hear those tyres screaming out in agony.
Yes, they didn't slip though. And a 939 with a 6 at 122 for the utility there. I think that was offered earlier as well, Mark.
Yep, absolutely.
10.60 with a 3 at 128 miles an hour for Agro LH.
That should have been an over 140 miles an hour, if not more, being turboed.
Yes. Well, he was 124 at half track and went through the finish line at 122. Yep. So watch this space.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it might be in 1.6 something miles an hour.
Potentially, yes. All right, we've got our first pair of motorcycles down on the start line at the moment.
Oh, Dean just black tracking the Harley off the start line. And 11.53 at 140. All right, we've got the H2, the Kawasaki, about to come out. This guy got it up on the rear wheel a little bit earlier, very aggressive on the start line as well, brought the revs right up. Interesting, boys. He likes to stage that bike outside of the wheel tracks from the cars, just where it's a little bit more slippery.
.47 with a 5, 144 miles an hour. Take the win over an 11.0 there.
There's definitely still a lot more left in that bike on the start line as Donald Baird comes out now on his ZX14.
He's won.
So when I was going through the pits, boys, both the Copping boys, there's a lot of fiddling going on with these bikes, particularly Brett's bike, the Suzuki down here in the Aeroflow lane.
Well, Stu, my understanding they're still building that secret motor for the 750 GT.
Yeah, that would be an interesting bike when it comes out as well. Oh, that looked like a flash of flame came out in the back of Brett's bike then. 10.43 at 125 on such a skinny little tyre. That is impressive.
Yeah, it is indeed. And 13.6 for the Kawasaki.
That's certainly more the ET that we expect from the 750.
Yes.
Next up we have the GR Yaris down there in the rocket lane, taking on the MX-5. Yaris away to a 1.83 60 foot, so that's certainly no slouch. Going to lead from start line to finish line here. And a 12.94 with a 2, 108 miles an hour at the finish line.
And 12.7 for the Aeroflow lane. They're phenomenal, those things, for a three-cylinder motor car.
Yes, they are. They're super zippy too, I reckon.
Yes. Yeah, that'd be a fun car to drive.
Although I'm not sure if the license will like it too much.
You don't go over the speed limit.
No, of course not. Is there any regulation of how fast you get there is the question.
Oh, he's going really fast in the corners.
Falcon Ute takes the victory in this one, 15.69. 90 miles an hour at the finish line. Doing 11.15 for the BMW. Strong pass there out of the rocket lane, 11.60, 124.
Talking about strong, did you hear that little Corolla in the burnout?
Yeah. Running low 11s, man. It's up on the two-step right now. Bogs a little bit on the initial hit. Sounds great on the track, Mike. Straight down the center of the rocket lane.
Yeah.
And through the finish line at 12.45 at 115 miles an hour.
And 15.4 at 91 miles an hour.
Second of the MX-5s here tonight, rolling up to the start line. About to do battle with the Toyota Supra in this one.
I think that was the model. That Supra, that shape.
Oh, no doubt. No arguments from me there. Not that I ever argue with you at all, but definitely none in that point. 13.57 with a 5, 108 mile an hour at the finish line.
And 15.0, 93 miles an hour. Commodore Ute up against the VW.
Yep, the Golf down there in the Aeroflow lane. All right, the Golf out in front by the half-track marker. And marches on through from there. 13.91, 104 miles an hour to a 16.9 at 82 mile an hour for the crewmen in the rocket lane.
All right, well, the number plates say slow VT.
It's
But,
a lie.
Yeah.
Any car with those number plates, or that style of plate, suggesting its speed is a lie.
It's a suck-in.
Well,
Just a
that was a
suck-in
better
at the
launch
lodge.
from Weapon 07R.
Yeah, see the Golf had 0.6 on it by the 60 foot. 10.79 with a 3, 127 miles an hour there for the Golf.
Wow.
To a 12.82 at 124 miles an hour for the VT.
Now, I don't know what this BMW's got in it. Number plates torch 'em, but it's turbo. I'm guessing an engine swap. I'll have to go and have a chat to the driver because this is one quick Beamer. Taking on the Tesla, which is no slouch either, but the Beamer is coming back at it.
Just out of track there, Stu. 11.29 with a 0.118 mile an hour for the Tesla. To an 11.77 at 123 for the BMW in the rocket lane there.
We've got the VS Ute up against the VS Sedan.
Oh, 75 on the start line for the utility there.
Very consistent, this car.
Yes.
Gets out, straight as a die, and just rolls the numbers.
11.40 at 121 mile an hour.
And 14.1 at 79 miles an hour.
I'd say, Mark, that must bring a bit of a grin to your face, mate, with your ute that you're building.
Yeah.
What do you reckon it'll run when it's finished, after we badger you?
At the moment, it will not run any good numbers. It will probably be a, I don't know, mid-12, something like that.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
It just won't get any traction.
Well, you can fix that by bigger tyres.
Yeah, I can't put big tyres under it. That's the problem. I don't want to put big tyres under it. I want to put the tyres on it and get the numbers with those tyres. Yes.
I was watching on social media, there was a workshop in the US, which I can't remember who hosted, but they were testing a nitrous manifold, and I don't know how many shots of nitrous it had on it. It was the manifold in the car be sitting on the bench, not attached to the motor.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And they fired the nitrous and it lifted off the bench. Now I couldn't see any fishing wire or anything like that. I didn't see the bit where they froze the tablecloth, but it's.
Well, unfortunately, boys, we've got transmission oil
Oh.
that's coming out of Sean Sabello's Commodore.
Oh, that's not a good thing, Stewie.
No, so we'll have to get that cleaned up. That's unfortunate there for Sean. Oh, and it's a big puddle as well. So very unfortunate there for Sean. It was great to have him here tonight as part of Aeroflow Race for Real in his super sedan.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as Stewie said, we do have a little bit of a clean-up down there in the rocket lane. What I might do just in the meantime is maybe talk about some of the upcoming events we have here at Sydney Dragway. Of course, tonight, a little bit later on, we got some burnouts happening on the burnout pad. We've got a good list of competitors. We have Brett Shearer in Dad's Taxi, Daniel Ryan in Mang 4 Litre. We have Glenn Bryan in McSlapped, yes. Ryan Welsh in Pigged VX. Jackson James in Hoosier. And Terry McNamara in Yeah Boy. And Brett McCarthy in Bipolar. Daniel Vella in Fry LC, who we've seen here all drivers we've seen here at Sydney Dragway a number of times before, and I'm sure we're going to be all breathing a little bit of tyre smoke from the burnout pad a little bit later on. So definitely looking forward to that. Of course, the drag racing is well and truly underway here tonight, and our next event will be the next Saturday here at Sydney Dragway, round number 5 of the New South Wales Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway. So if you're into sportsman style racing, Saturday is for you. Of course, will be streamed via our YouTube channel, but all spectators are welcome, of course, to come out and have a bit of a sticky at the cars and the atmosphere that is the Track Championship Series. Yeah. Round number 5 is happening this Saturday, and of course on the 21st of August between 5:30 and 10, which is a Friday Night Lights, brought to us by Aeroflow here at Sydney Dragway, racing for the girls. We'll have a girls-only lane and a burnout display here at Sydney Dragway, as I said, from 5:30 to 10:30 on Friday night.
Yeah,
Friday night, the 21st.
That'll be
August.
huge, and it's got the change of ET as well.
That's correct. We lower the ET cutoff so you can come out and run a little bit quicker. The track prep will be a little bit more sticky than what you might be used to here at Sydney Dragway on a Wednesday night. So that is certainly many things to play for, and you don't have to get up super early to go to work unless you're one of those lucky people that work Saturdays.
Oh, now you're swearing.
Yeah. So, and then following that, on the 22nd of August, if you're into old school nostalgia drag racing, we have the 20th anniversary of Day of the Drags happening here at Sydney Dragway. There'll be all of the usual brackets, the gases, which we see there on the ad, plus many other nostalgia-themed brackets. There'll be a show and shine, I'm sure, taking place on the Eastern Mount under the big screen. There's plenty of stuff happening down in the pits as well. And that is, of course, the Saturday, the 22nd of August here at Sydney Dragway.
And for all the old drag racers, come out and see all those old favourites.
Correct.
They usually get dusted off and
Yes.
rolled out.
That is exactly right. And a new event which we've just announced, the 28th of August, the bike night here at Sydney Dragway, brought to us by Sydney Random Riders, Heavy Duty Magazine, and Size Harley Davidson for a bike-only event here, Friday, the 28th of August, 2026. I think that's all we've got for August, so we've certainly got a busy rest of the month happening, and it looks like our track crew down there on the burnout area on the racetrack, mopping away feverishly to get us back underway with some racing. But in the meantime, I might just throw to a couple of ads from some of our supporters, and Mark, Stewie, and I will be back with you very, very shortly here. Aeroflow, race for real. Don't go anywhere.
Heavy Duty Magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs, and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson, I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Expro Ignition by Aeroflow Performance. A complete range of high-performance spark plug leads, ignition coils, control boxes, distributors and supporting components. Engineered for stronger spark, sharper throttle response and total ignition control. From street builds to serious race applications, Expro delivers the spark your engine demands, with reliability you can trust. Don't leave power on the table. Upgrade to Expro Ignition from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days, and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Packley for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They're so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
Boosted by Aeroflow Performance. A complete lineup of high-performance turbochargers, external wastegates, manifolds and turbo accessories. Engineered to handle the pressure and deliver serious power. Street car, weekend weapon or full race build. When you're ready for real boost, Aeroflow delivers performance without the premium price tag. Get boosted by Aeroflow. See the full boosted range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Bangshift Automatic Shifters by Aeroflow Performance. A premium range of performance automatic shifters engineered for positive engagement, smooth operation and precise gear selection when it counts. From tough street builds to dedicated race cars, Bangshift delivers clean, confident shifts and total control, pass after pass. When precision matters, make every shift count. Upgrade to Bangshift from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
You can spot them from a mile away. The ones who run Mickeys. They don't blend in. They don't back down. They build bigger. They drive harder. They win.
Well, thank you very much to our wonderful track staff here that have cleaned that up quick smart. We had the mops going, the tractors, the sprayer, the whole lot.
Yeah, they were, yeah. That's what we call them, our A-team.
Correct. All right, our first pair of bikes leaving the start line now. 078 on the tree for Booker Eshliev. Told you he was pretty good. It's 2 O lights in a row.
He's consistently good.
And another 9-second pass there, 974 with a 0, 149 miles an hour there.
And 10.4 at 146 miles an hour for the Aeroflow.
All right, next up we'll see our Ford Falcon there in the Aeroflow lane take on the GR Yaris down there in the Rocket lane.
They're like a little angry ant, aren't they?
Yes, they are. could have got your work to buy one of them for you.
Well, yeah.
Like, Mark, what's all this rubber under here? No, I don't know. It's 13.099, 109 miles an hour. The finish line for the Yaris to a 14.86 at 93 miles an hour.
Another one of our great regular races here at Aeroflow Race for Real. This red Falcon. People that are doing it the right way. Obviously loves the sport. He's got a few stickers on the rear window. Let's be honest though, if you've got a ute, you've got to have your stickers. And he's getting better and better with his reaction times. But most of all, setting a really good example for a lot of young people. Don't do it on the street. Come in to Race for Real and have a crack yourself. As the BMW is about to come out, and Demetrius Tamburansis coming back out in the Corolla. This looks like a relatively new BMW out of the showroom.
It certainly has the late model styling. I think it'll be interesting to see if the little Corolla can stay in front. The Corolla away first. Oh.
Trying to leave with a heap of revs, but...
Yeah, I think might have jumped out of gear there. The BMW not happy either. And a 15.0 for Dimitri. Not sure what happened to the BMW on that run.
Yeah, it just didn't seem happy at all, did it?
Next up, a little BMW hatch taking on the Falcon Ute.
Just holding all these guys up at the moment, just while we're clearing the top part of the track, the runoff road.
Oh, nice light from the utility, 021 on the tree. BMW with all the horsepower though. Through the 8th mile, 773, 99 miles an hour, and 1166 at 124 at the finish line. To a 14.2 at 96 for the Falcon Ute.
Hey, Steve.
Yes.
Glenn's decided to bring the Commodore burnout car out and have a bit of a drag race. Now, he's pretty good on the lights, Glenn, in mixed slapped. So we'll see how he goes.
Well, we'll find out soon enough.
He's actually got a new turbo set up for this car too, Steve, that's on its way. Well, actually, he's just got to get it installed.
On the V6?
Yeah. It'd be interesting, Steve, to see McSlap with 2 turbos hanging out of it.
Why not? I guess, why not?
Yeah. I've seen some of the V6 twin turbo versions, and they went really, really well.
I've got an article back from the 1970s, I think it was, late, or it might have been early 80s. Guy in the US, Buddy Ingersoll, I think his name was, ran a Buick V6 single turbo thing.
Yep.
Ran like 770s at 180 miles an hour.
Yep.
Well before EFI and all that jazz.
Was it the
he wanted to
factory setup one?
I'm not sure. He wanted to run pro stock, and they said no.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Because he was similar ET, I think, to the pro cars at the time. He said, I don't think so. went away nicely off the start line there, Mark. A 0.11 reaction time, but I think the Falcon's just going to pip him at the finish line. 14.84 with a 7.98 miles an hour.
And 16.5 for the Aeroflow lane. We got the VL out again. Up against the skyline. Guys are just wrestling with a VL, trying to get it off the line nice and smoothly. Jesus, coming on.
Yeah, certainly got moving at the top end at 12.53 at 108 miles an hour.
Yeah, they just didn't want to get off the line on the two-step. Well, Joe up against this WB Turbo Ute.
Joe on another test run, getting some miles up in the skyline. Runs at an 11.82, 113 miles an hour to another 9-second pass for the utility in the rocket lane. 9.38 with an 8 mark, 123 miles an hour.
Yep.
Nitrous purge there for Johnny Habib in the Tirana.
See how he goes this time, getting the car off the line.
Taking on the Lancer in the rocket. .16. The light for Habib with a 1.5. 60-footer rolls out of it early. Went 130 at half track.
Yep.
Still goes 9.31 with a 6. Only 111 miles an hour, but here's the launch of the Tirana off the start line. Moved around a little bit as you'd expect. Certainly got a big pair of shoes on the back.
Very, very soft out of the hole.
Pretty good too, probably the 80-foot mark, and then decided, oh, I'm just going to wiggle around a bit here.
I think they took a fair bit out of that off the line.
All right, there's our next week's Aeroflow race for real. We have 4 hours of racing to give you the opportunity to race your mates here at Sydney Dragway for only $65. So now you cannot say,
yeah,
it's too expensive and I can't afford it.
Yep.
$65, you can come out here and race for 4 hours against your friends at Sydney Dragway, Wednesday, the 19th of August. Of course, brought to us, as always, from Aeroflow Performance. And we look forward to having all of our competitors here next weekend, as we do every week here on a Wednesday night. But certainly a good value, $65 for 4 hours of racing with your friends. I think gates open at 4:30. You can either enter online or enter on the day. Safety requirements pretty straightforward. Long pants, long sleeve top, covered shoes.
Or 2 wheels.
Oh, yeah, or 4 or 2 wheels. Of course, the bike night coming up at the end of the month, but most bike races have the required safety to ride on the road, so there's no extra for them to worry about, so to speak.
Talking about 2 wheels, we're into them now.
Bucharest Lev, an 0.45 on the tree this time. The Aeroflow Lane tried to outdo him with an 0.17 red. Side by side across the finish line. Bucharest Lev takes it by 23 10,000ths of a second. 10.29 with a 0, 149 miles an hour there. The bike a little bit slower than what we've normally seen, but 23 10,000ths of a second, the margin across the finish line. That's 0.0023 of a second. That's Dean on that Harley Davidson down there in the Rocket Lane. Stewie spoke to him before. Fantastic run once again. 10.66 with a 4, 139 miles an hour. A little bit away from his personal best, but still very, very quick. Stayed with the bike in the Aeroflow lane pretty much all the way down. 11.46 with a 132 miles an hour was the ET for the Aeroflow lane. Golf in the Aeroflow lane. Not quite sure what was in the Rocket lane, but only 0.02 of a second across the finish line, the margin. 11.53 with a 0, 120 miles an hour to an 11.76 at 118. Those pair pretty much locked together. Same speed at half track as well. All right, the Toyota Supra taking on the Falcon. Not too much in the reaction time there. Supra took that part of the challenge and will win the finish line as well. 13.59 with a 4 at 105.
Hey, Steve, just down below you, coming out of the tunnel in the Aeroflow lane, we've got a matte black BMW. Number plate's TR Blanc or Treblanc. It's got a couple of big K&N filters sitting just behind the bumper bar as well. So this thing looks like it's had a little bit of a tickle up. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes down here. Maybe one of Adam's mates, as Adam's into the Euro scene.
The driver in the Aeroflow lane there, left before the tree was activated. Unfortunately, no ET recorded. Next up, we have the BMW hatch down there in the Rocket lane. Taking on a later model BMW in the Aeroflow lane. Both cars pretty similar to the 60-foot, but the blue hatchback out and gone. 11.63 with a 5, 125 miles an hour. To a 12.43 with a 4 at 108. The Mustang down there in the Rocket lane taking on that BMW that Stewie mentioned before. All side by side across the finish line. .039 the margin. 10.70, 133 miles an hour. The racer in the Aeroflow lane to a 12.98 with an 8 at 111 in the Rocket.
Wow, check out the roof on the wagon.
What's he done there? Graphics, is it?
Yeah.
I know the car was white in a previous life.
Oh, was it? Okay.
It's Glenn Bryant down there in McSlapped. Just warming up the diff for a little bit later on. Stewie said he's got a pair of twin turbos he wants to fit to this thing.
Do you know what's in it? Is it LS or?
No, I believe it's a V6.
Oh, it's a, okay.
Yeah.
It's a Mang Mang.
Although I could be wrong, this won't be the first time tonight.
Yeah. Well, a little Corolla comes shooting back off the starting line. So it must be a little bit of a problem with that car. Heading back towards the pits. But the Commodore wagon
going to represent. And a 16.4 at 83 miles an hour.
Well, we probably should have lined them two up for this pass. The Commodore and the Falcon. We would have had a big burnout display and a race.
We would have. We would have ticked 2 boxes there in one go. Maybe next time. O2O on the tree.
Ooh.
For the red Falcon Ute, and the white Falcon Ute, I think, has said no more right now.
Yeah, backed way out of that, just rolling.
Aeroflow runs on through for 15.4 at 90 miles an hour.
Hey, Stu, you down near the starting line at all, mate?
No, not at the moment, Mark.
Drummers, I was going to get you to have a bit of a look down there whenever you get a chance, just to see what has happened with the White Falcon.
Well, he's made it to the finish line under his own power. Just checking out that start line at the moment with some mops and bits and pieces.
Yeah, they're more sweeping the stuff away, aren't they?
Correct.
One of them might have been something rattled out from under the car.
Well, I mean, it's not like it's his first run here tonight, unless it's been gradually working its way loose.
Yeah.
Nuggets.
Did you say something?
Utility is going to take on the Lancer in this one.
Definitely working on getting plenty of heat in those tyres. We can hear some very nice V8s under the tunnel. Definitely got a very lumpy idle to it.
Lancer running away with it, the top half of the racetrack. 12.04 with a 5, 114 miles an hour at the finish line.
And 16.2 at 83 miles an hour. VW up against the Falcon.
Falcon on a march here. 8-1 to the 8th mile. 91 miles an hour, 12.30, 120.
And 14.2 at 103 miles an hour. Burley Hats is out in the HQ up against the Falcon sedan. Great reaction time and good ET. 10.6, 135 miles an hour to a 15.3 at 115 miles an hour.
All right, Turbo 6 up against the LS. Smoked and Joe Sabello, one of the stalwarts of New South Wales drag racing, and his trusty Datsun Skyline. Normally runs in the top sportsman class with our New South Wales state champs. Oh, a lot of popping and banging going on underneath the bottom of the VL. Moving around a little bit though, at about 1,000 foot, still goes at 11.89 to an 11.95 for Joe Sabello.
You definitely hear that VL was manual.
The 60 foot nearly identical to what Joe ran.
Yep.
The ET, only very marginally quicker, slower in the speed.
Every gear, as soon as it hit the red range, it just launched.
The Turbo Ute, 9.12 that time around, 136 miles an hour.
Well, that'll put him in good stead for Dubbo coming up for the No Prep Races Australia. Sorry, big fella. I didn't see you. No, I'm just kidding. Well, I've got a couple of photos while I'm down here. One of a first timer, because I've only seen one first timer tonight, and a car that I've taken the photo, the VS Senator. But that's just my choice. That's not a collective choice. And it can go to a car or a bike. So anything's possible.
Absolutely. Car getting very close to the center line.
on the brake, I think there. 14.12 with a 195 mile an hour.
Moving back into the bikes. Okay, we're just getting our track crew, just have a little bit of a look. Just checking out the Aeroflow lane.
I mean, the previous car was over towards the center line, but
yep,
didn't seem to be moving around too much.
What do you reckon, do some, mate?
Well, it looks like we've got a few little drops of oil down the end of the track, so we will have to get that cleaned up before we can send these two very quick motorcycles down the track. So it shouldn't take too long, and we're back to racing very, very soon.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw kart driver.
X-Pro Ignition by Aeroflow Performance. A complete range of high-performance spark plug leads, ignition coils, control boxes, distributors and supporting components. Engineered for stronger spark, sharper throttle response and total ignition control. From street builds to serious race applications, X-Pro delivers the spark your engine demands, with reliability you can trust. Don't leave power on the table. Upgrade to X-Pro Ignition from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
Boosted by Aeroflow Performance. A complete lineup of high-performance turbochargers, external wastegates, manifolds and turbo accessories. Engineered to handle the pressure and deliver serious power. Street car, weekend weapon or full race build. When you're ready for real boost, Aeroflow delivers performance without the premium price tag. Get boosted by Aeroflow. See the full boosted range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, just while we conclude the track cleanup down there in the Rocket Lane, as Stewie, I and Mark mentioned throughout the Aeroflow Race for Reals, we give away a number of different awards to some of our competitors here every Wednesday night. And the prize is a free entry to next week's Race for Real. And our standout first timer for tonight is Braden Smith in the Ford Falcon. We see Braden there all chuffed with his award, standing in front of his Ford Falcon. Congratulations, Braden. Thank you very much for coming out. He's just purchased the Falcon, so you know, a good opportunity. We've had a couple of people do that recently, haven't we? They've just purchased a new toy, and the first thing they want to do is let's take it to Sydney Dragway and test it out. So thank you very much for coming along, Braden. I hope you enjoy your new ride and enjoy your prize. Hopefully we see you again next week here on Wednesday night.
I reckon we will. He's a really nice guy. I was talking to him when I was coming in.
Well, I mean, big smile on his face. He's happy to be here. He's yeah, definitely in the right frame of mind. So it's good. What tonight is all about. Our next award is Commentator's Choice, and the three of us have picked Dean Pagura on the Harley Davidson Night Rod Special, which Stewie interviewed Dean a little bit earlier tonight. He's actually down there in the water box So we know exactly where to find him. He's got we've got a photo of him from the staging lanes a little bit earlier tonight. So well done, Dean. Of course, if you didn't hear Stewie's interview with Dean a little bit earlier, this machine is a supercharged Harley Davidson. So certainly why we see the ETs and the speeds out of this machine, no shortage of horsepower there, and I bet would be an absolute ball to ride as well.
Yeah, well, when you listen to the interview, when he's talking about his engine, it was billet. Yeah, had all the gear in there.
Yes, and of course the supercharger just tops it all off, gives it that big top end speed. So congratulations, Dean. You've built a absolute weapon down there. And I hope you enjoy many road miles and track miles down there at the Sydney Dragway, enjoying the horsepower that you've got.
Yeah.
So
you got plenty to spare.
Exactly. Congratulations for taking home the winners' trophy for Commentator's Choice here tonight. And of course, the last but not least, our reaction time winner will be Jordan in the VS Commodore Utility. Congratulations, Jordan. You've reeled off a .012 light here tonight, which is certainly no mean feat. Good job. I hope you've enjoy your award, and again, look forward to seeing you here again next week to challenge yourself a little bit further on that tree. There's it's very small.
Yeah, you're nearly there.
Margin for improvement, but an excellent job nonetheless. You've got to remember these cars have no electronic aids. It's all done with your eye and your foot and your brain. So congratulations, Jordan. A reaction time that any drag racer would be rapt to have on the time card, of course. So I hope you enjoy next week's free entry, and we look forward to seeing you here.
Yeah, congratulations to the whole forever.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. It's great to have your participation here tonight, I beg your pardon. So, of course, next week will be the 19th of August, Aeroflow Race for Real. And, of course, that will mean we'll have 4 hours of racing. And, of course, next week we can race your mates for that 4 hours for $65.
Yeah, so you get more time for less money.
Correct. Correct. We should get into sales.
Yeah, I reckon so. Yeah.
But wait, there's more. Don't look at us like that, Adam. We haven't got any steak knives to give away. So certainly a fantastic opportunity to come out to Sydney Dragway, run your car flat out without any restrictions from the law enforcement or anything like that. There's only some fairly basic rules that you need to follow.
Yep.
Of course, if your car's going to come out and run sevens, then we might need to talk before, obviously, because there are a few rules around ET cutoffs and whatnot. But for majority of our races here tonight, nothing special required other than long sleeve top, long pants, covered shoes, a helmet, and a license. So if you've been talking about coming out to Sydney Dragway, or you've just done some improvements to your car and you think, I wonder if that 1,000 horsepower dyno sheet, what that equates to.
Well, just put a little bit of 1,000 horsepower into it.
Yeah, that's right. I wonder what that feels like to unleash it on a prepped track, not necessarily on the open street.
It's a perfect surface in a way of that you can come out and at that night just keep running pass after pass. You've got the exactly the same traction.
Yep.
The only variance would be is a little bit of weather. It just get a little bit cooler.
Yeah, especially this time of the year. But certainly we've seen no issue of that here tonight, and
no,
there doesn't seem to be any.
Doesn't feel like it's getting colder.
Or anything. We're in the warm commentary box, of course.
Yeah.
I'm sure some of our staff outside might tell us otherwise, but certainly of course the beauty this time of year, you get that oxygen-rich air down there, and you make plenty of horsepower.
Yep. So perfect time to be testing.
Yep. So we look forward to having you here at Aeroflow Race for Real next Wednesday night, and of course on the 21st, Friday night, we're going to have the Friday Night Lights brought to us by Aeroflow once again, and we're going to have a girls-only lane, all-girl burnout display as well. So a fantastic night. We're trying to encourage
Yes.
our female friends, to come out and give it a crack. We've seen plenty of girls come and race their car down the quarter mile.
Yep.
And also on the burnout pad as well. But of course, if you've got some girlfriends that talk about it, think it's fun, definitely bring them on down. Get them to pull on the helmet and
Yeah, stop gunner and do
don't-
it.
Don't be a gunner, just do
Yep.
it. Of course, we have an extra hour of racing on the Friday Night Lights events where we race from 5:30 to 10:30.
Yep.
And should be a fantastic opportunity. Of course, a little bit more track prep as well. So
Yeah, nice
got
and
a car
sticky.
with 1,000 or 1,500 horsepower.
Yep.
Sweet.
Yep, and we've opened up the ET a little bit as well to compensate for that.
Exactly right. If nostalgia drag racing is your thing, the 20th anniversary of Day of the Drags is fast approaching us with the 22nd of August, Saturday the 22nd of August here. Old school nostalgia racing here at Sydney Dragway. We hope to see plenty of cool cars make their way down the racetrack and around the venue. Of course, there will be a static show and shine, usually up on the eastern mount under the big screen.
Yep.
Plenty of stuff happening down in the pits as well, usually like a rockabilly band down there. Yeah, plenty of chrome, plenty of bright colours, hot rods and nostalgic cars.
We're doing the Cackle Fest.
I'm not sure on that. I'll have to ask some questions and see if it's been
Yes.
organised. We have done it once or twice before. I will need to find out if that will happen. Our next bike night will be Friday, the 28th of August, here at Sydney Dragway, as the name suggests. 4 bikes only. Now, the last couple of the bike nights have virtually been sold out
Yes.
upon the advertisement of it. So if you own a motorcycle and you want to get out to Sydney Dragway, see how quick it runs down the quarter mile, take the opportunity, get in early, and we hope to see you here on the 28th of August. That is, of course, a Friday, brought to us by Sydney Random Riders, Heavy Duty Magazine, and Size Harley Davidson. Our next Friday night bike night, the 28th of August, 2026. And while we finish up the cleanup in the Rocket Lane, we'll just go do a couple of words from some of our sponsors. Mark, Stu, we'll be back with you very, very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Boosted by Aeroflow Performance. A complete lineup of high-performance turbochargers, external wastegates, manifolds and turbo accessories. Engineered to handle the pressure and deliver serious power. Street car, weekend weapon or full race build. When you're ready for real boost, Aeroflow delivers performance without the premium price tag. Get boosted by Aeroflow. See the full boosted range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Bang Shift Automatic Shifters by Aeroflow Performance. A premium range of performance automatic shifters engineered for positive engagement, smooth operation and precise gear selection when it counts. From tough street builds to dedicated race cars, Bang Shift delivers clean, confident shifts and total control, pass after pass. When precision matters, make every shift count. Upgrade to Bang Shift from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
You can spot them from a mile away. The ones who run Mickeys. They don't blend in. They don't back down. They build bigger. They drive harder. They win. Mickey Thompson isn't for everyone. It's for those who refuse to follow and choose to lead. Running Mickeys means something. It means you're part of a movement. Builders, racers, rebels. People who defy limits. Who set trends, not follow them. Who don't ask for permission. You want grip? You want guts? You want glory? Then you want Mickeys. Because if you're not running Mickeys, you're missing out on the most iconic name in tires and wheels. Born from American ingenuity, still American-owned. Built for those who blaze their own trail. Mickey Thompson, for the bold, for the winners, for the ones who forge their own legacy.
Hi, I'm Anthony Matuk, and this is MR Engineering.
Designing and building a drag strip is extremely challenging. The lives of people are at stake. There is no room for error. My name is Frank Tarabay. I'm the owner and managing director of Every Trade Group.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
X-Pro Ignition by Aeroflow Performance. A complete range of high-performance spark plug leads, ignition coils, control boxes, distributors and supporting components. Engineered for stronger spark, sharper throttle response and total ignition control. From street builds to serious race applications, X-Pro delivers the spark your engine demands, with reliability you can trust. Don't leave power on the table. Upgrade to X-Pro Ignition from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR Race.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
Boosted by Aeroflow Performance. A complete lineup of high-performance turbochargers, external wastegates, manifolds and turbo accessories. Engineered to handle the pressure and deliver serious power. Street car, weekend weapon or full race build. When you're ready for real boost, Aeroflow delivers performance without the premium price tag. Get boosted by Aeroflow. See the full boosted range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Bangshift Automatic Shifters by Aeroflow Performance. A premium range of performance automatic shifters engineered for positive engagement, smooth operation and precise gear selection when it counts. From tough street builds to dedicated race cars, Bangshift delivers clean, confident shifts and total control, pass after pass. When precision matters, make every shift count. Upgrade to Bangshift from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
You can spot them from a mile away. The ones who run Mickeys. They don't blend in. They don't back down. They build bigger. They drive harder. They win. Mickey Thompson isn't for everyone. It's for those who refuse to follow and choose to lead. Running Mickeys means something. It means you're part of a movement. Builders, racers, rebels. People who defy limits. Who set trends, not follow them. Who don't ask for permission. You want grip? You want guts? You want glory? Then you want Mickeys. Because if you're not running Mickeys, you're missing out on the most iconic name in tires and wheels. Born from American ingenuity, still American owned. Built for those who blaze their own trail. Mickey Thompson, for the bold, for the winners, for the ones who forge their own legacy.
Hi, I'm Anthony Matuk, and this is MR Engineering.
Designing and building a drag strip is extremely challenging. The lives of people are at stake. There is no room for error. My name is Frank Tarabay. I'm the owner and managing director of Every Trade Group.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
This incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
X-Pro Ignition by Aeroflow Performance. A complete range of high-performance spark plug leads, ignition coils, control boxes, distributors and supporting components. Engineered for stronger spark, sharper throttle response and total ignition control. From street builds to serious race applications, X-Pro delivers the spark your engine demands, with reliability you can trust. Don't leave power on the table. Upgrade to X-Pro Ignition from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
Boosted by Aeroflow Performance. A complete lineup of high-performance turbochargers, external wastegates, manifolds and turbo accessories. Engineered to handle the pressure and deliver serious power. Street car, weekend weapon or full race build. When you're ready for real boost, Aeroflow delivers performance without the premium price tag. Get boosted by Aeroflow. See the full boosted range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
All right, guys, our track crew have done another sensational job down there getting that bit of a mess cleaned up as quick as possible. We can get back into racing. One bike just went round the water. The other bike just putting plenty of heat in those tyres. Two great light, one in the red, but one in the green. 9.7, 90, 145 miles an hour. Well, Harley with a nice strong burnout.
Yeah, this Kawasaki H2 down here, Mark, relatively new bike. It's only got 2,000 Ks on it. Funnily enough though, Mark, it's actually got some little aerodynamic wings that are hanging off the side fairing of that bike. Something that I've not seen before.
Well, I'll tell you what, this Harley has got a huge top end. 10 to 128 miles an hour to a 10.7, 143 miles an hour.
All right, we've got Glenn out in McSlapped. We'll see him on the burnout pad a little bit later.
Hey, Stu, is that thing wrapped or is it painted?
I'm not quite sure. I think the bonnet is wrapped. I'll ask Alison. She'll let me know. Once she's finished filming Glenn's run.
11.7, 125 miles an hour to a 16.4, 82 miles an hour.
Hey, Alison, we want to know, is that wrapped or painted?
Painted.
Painted. There you are, guys. It's been painted.
Well, close race there, 12.2, 108 miles an hour to a 12.3.
All right, the mighty Mustang down here in the rocket lane, taking on Joe Borg in his trusty Silver Falcon. And in typical Joe style, he tends to tree a lot of people, but the Coyote has wound itself up. A nice 13 double zero with a 1 and 110. Geez, she wasn't far off a 12 then. Great run there for the Stang.
And 13.9 for the Falcon.
Got the Falcon utility coming back out. Obviously, loves his drag racing. He's got no Prep Racing Australia sticker on the back of it. He's got a Grudge King sticker on the rear end of it. That's the way to do it. Get him in young, get him hooked. Much better reaction time this time too from the young fella in the Falcon. The Audi is coming back at him.
Yeah, slowly but surely it's wheeling him in there, Stu. He's going to run out of racetrack though. 15.46 with a 6.91 miles an hour for the utility.
And 15.1 at 93 miles an hour.
I got the SF Racing Falcon about to come out. A little bit of help from C&V Performance. Of course, Con and Vic, no strangers to very quick cars. Doesn't matter whether it's a Chev, a Holden or a Ford.
No, they definitely got that expertise to whatever they work on, they turn out a very quick car, whatever your use is for it.
Looks like he's got a bit of additional help as well from Maximum Shine Detailing. Great to see those guys have a car here with that name on it. Haven't seen those guys for a little while here at Aeroflow Race for real. Big turn of the tyres though for the Falcon. Still turning that left rear tyre. And the Lancer's just gone, you know what, I'm going to take this. A nice run down the Aeroflow lane with a 12.13 at 113. As the GR Yaris comes out, little 3-cylinder.
Yeah, they've definitely got a noise of their own, haven't they?
They sound fantastic. And I mean, you know, if you're in the game for a performance car and you wanted a Toyota and you're thinking, oh, do I get the Corolla or do I get the Yaris? I'd go the Yaris. I would. It's the same running gear in the Corolla, but I think it's a better package, the GR Yaris over the GR Corolla.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Stu. I'd probably do the same myself. Smaller car, a lot nippier. 14.9 at 106 miles an hour to a 16.2 at 86 miles an hour.
Got a great looking white VL down here, Mark. This thing, it looks super clean. It's got a big intercooler hanging off the front of it.
Actually looks like one of the Brock Callais.
I don't think those Brock Callais will ever go out of fashion, Mark.
No, they won't. Yeah. Especially
just the overall
directors.
look of the car. with those rims, as the Volkswagen Golf GTI just takes it a little bit easy off the start line, just winding up a bit of boost. The VL with 1397 and a nice 1448 there for the GTI. As we've got the Tilly's Performance VR VS Ute about to come out, and he's taking on this very sinister looking black BMW.
Yeah, well, the Ute took our best reaction time.
Yes, did. Went .012 on the tree. Not too shy in the burnout.
Nah.
Either.
I don't think he likes them tyres.
No. Jordan's just limiting their use.
Yeah. Reducing the lifetime. Well, this could be a good pass.
Yeah, the utility was quicker than the 60 foot, but I think the BMW is just in front of 1,000 feet and takes the finish line 10.62 with a 134 miles an hour to an 11.29 with a 6 mark at 121. Utility had about 3/10 up his sleeve off the start line.
Yeah, BMW just had that top end grunt.
Tesla still circulating.
Yeah, the VT going for the chase, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Seems a lot more aggressive this time for the VT. There you go, 11.36 with a 130 miles an hour, the quickest that I've seen here tonight from that VT.
Yep, and 11.5 for the Tesla.
All right, this Skyline down there in the rocket lane, taking on the FG Falcon.
Well, Falcon just out and gone.
And runs on through for 12.52 at 119.
And 14.3 at 110 miles an hour.
Should be another one of those interesting races. We got the VL down there in the rocket lane, taking on the BMW in the Aeroflow.
Yeah, that's Reload out for another run. That very angry sounding 6-cylinder. Looks like it's got a set of radials on the rear end of it. Only small tyres though on the back of this VL.
Up on the two-step, away 1.9 seconds to the 60. The BMW 1.7.
Wow.
I think the VL's maintaining the gap there now. 11.97 with a 127 miles an hour.
And 10.93 at 119 miles an hour for the BMW. That BMW is so aggressive off the line.
Yeah, it was nearly a whole second faster to the 8th mile in terms of ET than the VL.
Joe back out with the Skyline. .12.0 at 108 miles an hour.
All right, it's a battle of the Kawasaki's, the big ZX12R, Wally Hoster. It's already gone 9.8, 9.7 tonight on this bike. And young Josh down here, he's doing a super job on this big ZX14.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bushy, he was really struggling with that bike in the burnout.
Dean in there on the Harley Davidson, yeah, he certainly was pretty aggressive. That's to say the least.
Yep.
I think the Harley should have this one covered though. Sounds fantastic, making his way to the finish line and runs on through 9.92 with a 9, 145 miles an hour. I think that's the first 9-second pass we've seen for Dean tonight. He did say earlier that I think he said 9.7's its best ET, so certainly a step in the right direction.
Well, it is getting nice out there at the moment, so.
All right, Brett Copping down here on the two-stroke Suzuki, taking on Donald Baird on his ZX14.
Double 05 on the tree for Brett Copping. The little two-stroke that could gets to the finish line first by 1/10 of a second, 10.47 at 1:27 across the finish line.
And 10.6 for the Rocket Lane.
Yep.
That was an absolute cracker of a pass there from Brett, Steve.
Yeah, I tell you what, but look at the speed for the bike in the Rocket Lane for Don Baird, 140 miles an hour, so he was closing the gap.
Yep.
The ET wasn't quite the same, but definitely the speed for the Rocket Lane was closing very quickly. 050 on the tree. The Falcon in the Aeroflow lane. Runs on through for 14.9. 97 miles an hour.
And 11.5 for the Rocket Lane.
And this BMW driver's found how to disable all the robots. You can see it sort of starts to go, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah.
And then it just gives up.
Tell you what, the Mustang sort of was keeping him honest for the first part of the track.
Yeah, then from probably half track onwards, the BMW slowly pulled away to a 12.66 at 109. And Brian down there.
Can't really see too much at the moment.
No. I wonder if he'll change the tyres for his session on the skid pad in a little bit.
Yeah, well, they can't go breaking half worn out tyres. They can only do it to brand new ones.
Yes, I agree. He's taking the GR Yaris, I think it is, in the Rocket Lane. Yes, it is. Runs on through for a 13.22, 108 miles an hour.
And 16 free, 83 miles an hour.
Wagon pretty consistent out
yeah.
there tonight.
The Falcon up against the VL Commodore.
Just thought of a new award idea, but I'll have to find out if there's a way we can actually administer it. Not saying anything now.
You've got me interested.
Yes. Something to do with consistency, that's all I'm saying. All right, so 14,004 on the tree for the Rocket Lane, 98 miles an hour.
And 13.9 for the Aeroflow.
This black BMW down here's got some help from Euro work.
Well, good pass to the Aeroflow. 10.5, 136 miles an hour. And 14.8 at 93 miles an hour. Zero, 114 miles an hour to a 15.3 at 92 miles an hour. We've got the Ute up against the BMW.
Mustn't be much tyre left on the back of this utility either.
No, they've been copping a caning.
Well, this BMW here, boys, also had a little bit of help from Euro work as well. This thing looks like it was brand new and it's been wrapped and it looks sensational in that colour. It'd be good to see it in the sun, actually.
Well, the Falcon launched out, but the BMW has just powered through. 10.6, 127 miles an hour. To a 15.6 at 90 miles an hour.
Right, the FG Falcon about to come out against the Tilly's Performance Commodore Ute. Now, Mark, this Falcon down here has got the number plates HWP 096, which to me means Highway Patrol 96. So I'm wondering if this thing has actually had a little bit of work done to it. Certainly a very clean looking Falcon as well, and it's a credit to the owner every time he brings it out. 12.94, that's a great pass from him. As a slow VT comes out. Hear a little whistle of that turbocharger underneath the bonnet, about to take on the Tesla.
12.11.3 at 119 miles an hour to a 12.7 at 120 miles an hour. Joe Cervello in his 6-litre Nissan. Up against the skyline.
Well, Fly 33R really struggling for traction on those street tyres. It hasn't helped his ET. I think he realised it and just has quietly backed off it. We've got a battle of the big bikes down on track now. Well, Josh, Mr. Consistent, great run from him there. Has got the Kawasaki H2 back out. Great pass there. 10.42 from him. I think he'd be pretty happy with that pass just quietly. Good on him too. Relatively new bike. As the BMW 1 Series comes out now. Against the 3 Series BMW. The driver obviously happy to give it a bit in the burnout on his street tyres.
Yeah, definitely showing him no courtesy at all. Just plenty of punishment.
I'll tell you what, this 1 Series might take it to the 3 Series right here. This is on a good pass. He has him. He's driven around him in 11.70. Great run there from the 1 Series. The GR Yaris is about to come out against the Mustang. Now, I don't know if it's because people aren't buying them, boys, but I'm still yet to see a 4-cylinder Mustang make its way out here to City Dragway and have a crack down the quarter mile. I know the guys from Oztech Performance up at Foster, they were saying that they're a relatively easy car to tune.
Yep.
So, as I said, I don't know whether people aren't buying them or... yeah, everyone's just going, you know what, I want a V8. I don't want the 4-cylinder version of the Mustang.
Well, the 4-cylinder version actually have a fairly tough motor in them as well.
Well, they're a 2.3, I think they are, the EcoBoost.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Are they a Pinto motor or something?
No, like a Duratec, aren't they?
Are they? Okay.
They were 2.3. So that you could get the Duratec 2.3 in some of the Focuses, and I think some of the Mazdas as well. Pretty sure they had some sort of 2.3 litre thing. But
yeah, I know they over in the States they do a bit of work on them, and they're getting really good horsepower out of them.
That was one of the motors that I was umming and ahhing about for my project car that I had. It's now gone.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Well, I had about 4 different engines I was thinking about.
Just biggest cube one you can get?
Yes, well, that wasn't the one that that wasn't the line I was looking for. Yeah. The Street Rod Federation said I could do anything I wanted, and then the next engine I saw was a blown Hemi. I was like, oh.
Yeah. Anything with a 7 in front of it's got to be good.
Correct.
All right, we've got a battle of the Euro work BMWs.
Well, this will be a good one, Stu.
And this will be a quick one, I reckon, too. Let's see how they go.
Well, you definitely didn't get away like it usually does. 12.0, 109 miles an hour to a 12.4, 109 miles an hour again. Falcon having a high run.
It sounded interesting as it left the start line, didn't it? It was like
Yeah, it
the
did.
throttle was sort of waving on and off. Unless that was like traction control or something, maybe?
Yeah, quite possible. Just trying to take some timing out of it.
Dean getting a little bit sideways there in the burnout.
I think the Harley has a bit of a mind of his own.
It certainly looked like it.
Did he mention horsepower numbers to you, Stu?
No, he didn't actually, Steve. No.
I think they'd be, you do power to weight, and I think it'd be pretty high.
What do you reckon to be ballpark? Run a 9?
On a bike, wouldn't have a clue. Yeah, not sure.
I'm just asking, I'm not trying to test you.
Yeah, nah, don't.
I wonder what. Well, there you go. Thanks to AI, Adam has been straight on it. A 9-second quarter mile. Harley Davidson typically makes between 165 and 240 horsepower.
Wow.
Depending on whether it's a rare factory drag bike or a custom heavyweight bagger. So there's quite a variance there in horsepower. You've got nearly 75 horsepower there, but certainly ballpark. Thank you, AI.
I told that bike down there in the rocket lane, a 9.70, 149 miles an hour. Great pass there from him.
Well, that's his quickest run of the night, I think. Certainly since we've switched over to Pro Tree. Records the data a little bit differently up here for us.
Yeah, the guy's definitely making the most out of the good air.
I'm sure he'll be here on Saturday competing the next round of the Track Championship Series. And a 12.09 with a 7 for the Rocket Lane.
And 11.7 at 127.
All right, the Yaris back again in the Rocket Lane, taking on the Skyline. Yaris quicker to the 60-foot. It's going to say might run out of legs at the top end, but it doesn't look so. 12.96 with a 3, 109 miles an hour. The Skyline closing ever so slightly.
VL, nice strong burnout.
I know you guys said it before, but this is such a clean example of that car down there in the rocket lane.
Yes.
Taking on the Golf.
Oh, get out of that.
He's
Like that.
Trying to discount its price. That's what he's trying to do, I think. Sighs from the Supercoach up here in the commentary box.
Yep.
We've seen it so many times. I know we've said it before, but we've seen it before too.
Yes.
It doesn't need to end in tears.
No, it doesn't.
I know that they're saying risk it for the biscuit, but
yeah,
what are you risking it for?
Yeah, there's no risk there in that one, is there? Yeah, just.
Well, there's no reward. There's plenty there's plenty of risks, but there's no reward.
Yeah, sorry, got the wrong way around.
No,
but yeah, 100%. It's. The only thing you're going to get out of it is a handful of broken car.
Opposite lock and maybe a bit of concrete. 1388, 99 miles an hour in the Aeroflow lane.
And 16 free at 84 miles an hour.
Down there, Mercedes hatch, A45, I think it is.
He's up against the V8 Commodore Ute.
Similar 60 foots there. 068 on the tree for the utility. Got the eye in on the tree, that's for sure. 1143 with a 121 miles an hour. To an 1149 with a 9 at 117 for the Merc. It's not very easy to talk over a two-stroke doing a burnout.
Yeah, it is.
With that right arm high in the air, sliding the clutch with the left.
Ooh, went for a gear but couldn't find it.
And rolls on through to a 1384, 77. But the Aeroflow lane and an 1161 at 134 miles an hour.
Yeah, got our next group of bikes. Nine seven, 150 miles an hour to a 10.4, 146 miles an hour.
Yeah, the official Grasshopper on YouTube, blown away by the Harley running 987. Yep, it's running a supercharged forged power plant. That's why we're seeing the horsepower out of it.
These guys are just neck and neck. 9.8, 143 miles an hour.
Yeah, to a 1072 at 126. Mustang taking on the BMW this time around. BMW marginally quicker to the 60 foot. I think is maintaining that lead, pretty much stretching it ever so slightly. 12.48, 109 miles an hour to a 12.88 at 111.
I missed it. Wow. Beamer in the rocket lane moving round.
11.58 with a 7 gets there first, 126 miles an hour.
And 10.7 at 130 miles an hour. Liaris up against the Lancer.
Little Yaris has got a pretty good win rate here tonight. 12.62 with a 7, 108 miles an hour.
And 12.7 at 93 miles an hour. Skyline getting a bye run.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is our last car down the racetrack tonight in the drag racing section of tonight. And then, of course, we're going to move into some burnouts. So all of our regulars know that we need you to move back to the coloured seating, the yellow or red seats, so we can get the burnouts underway. The Skyline runs on through for a 14.36 at 107 miles an hour. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, as I just said, we need all of our viewers down in the grandstand to move back behind the first row of coloured seats. So if you're in the yellow seats down there, right on the fence, we need you to move back. Please. We ask you to do so for your own well-being. Just listen to that Fry LC idle its way across the burnout pad.
It's just hunting so bad, isn't it?
It's Mark going to work tomorrow morning. With your neighbour hater exhaust in.
Yeah.
I actually saw that the other day. With someone selling a set of like hot dog mufflers and they were branded neighbour hater. Which tells me that they didn't do a lot. All right, so there's our burnout competitors about to unleash on the pad. Just need to take them down the return road, swing them around. Then we'll get stuck in. The official Grasshopper, full sends or no sends. That's what he's suggesting. Need I ask you, are you nice and excited down there, mate?
Certainly am, mate. I am ready to rock and roll. We've got some burnout fans in the house tonight. How are you guys? Been a little while since, I feel like it's been ages since I've called some burnouts. We've got a bit of everything tonight, Steve. We've got a young gun, young rider Welsh. We've got some street cars, some mods, and of course Daniel Vella out there with Fry LC, that beautiful blown Tirana. I know that Mark will have a massive grin on his face when Daniel brings the car out. Just waiting for everybody to get into position, including myself. And we'll be ready to go. Sydney Dragway, you ready for some skids? I know I am. And looks like we're going to kick it off, Mark, with a very, very angry blown blue Tirana, Daniel Vella. So just quick housekeeping rules, guys. Just while the burnouts are on, you are not to come towards the front of the grandstand. You need to stay in line with those blue seats. Okay, guys? It is for your safety. All right? So while the burnouts are on, ladies and gentlemen, please, all happy for you guys to stand up and go a little bit mental, but please do not come down towards the front of the grandstand while the burnouts are on.
How did he miss the wall on that swing around there? Must have been millimetres in it. They're firing the back of Fry LC. Not sure if that's just from the tyres or something a little bit worse. But ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Daniel Vella in Fry LC. We've got Terry McNamara just sitting down here patiently in the Airboy. Little Toyota Hilux. Car looks good, mate.
Thanks, bro.
Ready to let loose?
As usual.
Beautiful. I like to hear it. Been a while since I've seen you skid.
Yeah, it was out for about, I don't know, what, 2 years? Changed it up, come back to LS and out to bang limiter again.
Top stuff. Well, it looks like Daniel is back into it. Oh, tell you what, Daniel Vella had that up on 2 wheels then, Steve. That was a little bit nuts. Well, Daniel was able to get one tyre off. Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause to Daniel Vella in Fry LC. Got a definitive lean on that car too. I hope there's nothing that is broken severely in the rear end of it.
Did he go up on 2 wheels there, Stu? We couldn't see through the smoke that clearly. Adam's just trying to find the replay, I think.
Yeah, Stevie definitely went up on 2 wheels, mate. I turned around and I could see the tyres above the big tractor tyres that we've got here. So come up the fair way. Terry McNamara. Yeah, boy.
All right, we do have that replay.
Great skid there from Terry McNamara. Hey, next up on the burnout pad, we've got young Ryder Welsh. Ryder, you wanted to do a shout out quickly before you skid?
Yeah, I've got a few people at home I want to shout out. Just my dad, unfortunately, couldn't make it today. He always helps me and shit. Mel in the hospital, brother. Mum at home. Braden. This will be good.
Yep. All right, let's go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for young rider in Pigged VX. And from all of us staff here at Sydney Dragway, our hearts go out to Matt and the family. All right, next up, we've got Bipolar coming out. Brent McCaffrey, he is ready to let loose the HBR performance. Commodore? We've got 1 minute left. I don't know if he's just got a little bit lost in the smoke. I can't see him from down here on the deck. I can just make him out. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Brent McCaffrey and Bipolar. All right, next up, on the burnout pad, we've got Jackson James, one of our modified competitors in Hoosier, about to come out. All right, guys, let's give Jackson some love as he puts it on the burnout pad in Hoosier. Young Jackson James, a fair bit of steam coming out the front by the look of it, of the Commodore. Looks like we have to get Jackson towed off the pad. But I'll tell you what, that was a really good entry onto the burnout pad too. Plenty of revs, plenty of smoke, good car control down the chute. Definitely a driver to watch for the future here at Sydney Dragway. Okay. Hopefully he hasn't done too much damage to the car. Okay. So, sounds like Jackson's got the fan club here tonight. You legends. Hey, boys. All right, guys, one more round of applause for Jackson as he gets towed off. Next up, coming up on the pad, he's been drag racing all night. Glenn is coming out in mixed slapped, and he's got his beautiful partner, Alison, in the passenger seat. Well, after Glenn does his burnout, ladies and gentlemen, we've got one of our track officials that will be coming out as well. We've got Brett Shearer, who's here tonight in Dad's taxi. Great to see Brett bring the car back out for a skid. I know he lives and breathes the burnout scene. Just got to get this little bit of oil or coolant or whatever it is cleaned up here, and we'll be ready to set Glenn. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Glennon McSlapped. He's the part of Allison as well in the passenger seat, riding shotgun. Best seat in the house. All right, next up on the pad, Brett Shearer in Dad's Taxi. One of our Sydney Dragway officials. But I'll tell you what, when he's not wearing the Sydney Dragway outfit, he's a bona fide burnout person and he'll be ready to go. Let's hope the car holds for him tonight. He can get a set off. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Brett Shearer and Dad's Taxi. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of tonight's Aeroflow Race for Real. If you need parts for your car, whether it's a burnout car, a drag car, or your street car, aeroflowperformance.com.au. My name's Pocket Rocket. Take care, everyone, on the way home. Just remember there are people changing tyres, there are kids around. And please be safe on the way home. I'll send it upstairs to Mark and Steve to bring it home.
Thank you very much, Stuart. Your efforts outside tonight have been outstanding as normal. I want to thank all of our viewers on the live stream, the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel, all of our patrons that came out and braved the cooler weather here at Sydney Dragway. Thank you very much for your participation, and also all of our entrants in tonight's drag racing and burnouts, of course. I hope you've all had a good time, and we look forward to seeing you back here at Sydney Dragway. Don't forget, this coming Saturday is round number 5 of the New South Wales Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway, where you'll see the best of the best in sportsman racing here at Sydney Dragway. Everything from junior dragster all the way to boosted outlaws. We look forward to your company at that event on Saturday. If you can't make Saturday, I hope to see you at the next week's Aeroflow Race for Real on Wednesday night. Thank you very much to Mark for your assistance up here in the box, Ben and Adam as well. always a laugh and a good time. I hope that everybody has a good night and can get home safely. Until then,